Hi guys. Okay, so let's wait for 5 minutes. Let people to join and then we'll start. In the meanwhile, those who have question or doubt to ask, go ahead and raise hand and start asking the doubts. As those who have any question or doubt to ask, go ahead and raise hand and start asking your doubt. In the meanwhile, API, then January and the app. Okay. In the meanwhile, let's start the application also once. Yeah, we are working on the Zomato app. I'll start the application. Yes, Shashikant, in the meanwhile, go ahead and ask her out.
Sir, here you will be teach us function-based component or class-based component. Most
What
of
we are
you
covering?
will be
Till now, what we are covering, sir?
uh, so we have been both. You have been covered, sir. Both you are covering.
What is the question, sir?
Means we'll be practicing React.js based on function-based or class-based.
That is your choice, sir.
You will be teachers. What you are teaching us.
Sir, I'm not clear with the question. What is your question, first of all?
No, most of see we are you are teaching us, so in upcoming
Sir,
days
first of
you
all,
will be
wait,
teach.
Shashikant. First of all, talk about you. Leave other people. Sir, this is your
Okay.
question. Just you ask a question. Say, sir, you are teaching me this thing. Gain a confidence in you to talk about you. Forget about anyone else. You tell what is your question, sir, first.
No, I'm asking, sir. We'll be practicing here class based or function based
Sir,
component.
what we are doing till now? What all things we have done till now?
Function based.
Okay, we have not done any class-based component till now.
The second class we have done, sir, class based.
So, sir, your question is, are we doing a function-based or class-based? I am asking one question, sir. What we have covered? You say, sir, function also, class also. Then what's the question?
No, sir. Upcoming. I'm asking, sir.
Sir, it's gonna be same like this way only.
Okay, sir.
So,
Okay,
sir,
sir.
we're covering both, na? In one, we are saying that only second class, not in second class, but last week also with the class component.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Sir, how much you have revised till now?
The I
Not
revised
even, not
one
even
time, sir.
slowly, sir. You are on a first
One
step
time.
right now.
No, sir. I revised one time, sir.
Sir, what you have revised? What is the last topic that we have covered, sir?
So we have been covered regarding navigation and React hooks.
React Hook is covered, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, which YouTube channel you are following right now?
No, sir. No, I'm not.
I have not done the React hooks yet. Sashikant, buddy,
Yes, sir.
just joining the batch will not make you React developer.
Oh,
Okay. Sir,
okay,
it need a lot of time to practice that.
okay.
Because I'll tell you the question, sir, from where this question came. Sir, it's been a more than around 8 years. Sir, I'm teaching. Hai. So,
Okay.
sir, when you ask my first question, at that same point, I understand clearly that you're not doing a practice yet. You have not written the code. You might have seen the code, but you not even tried writing any code. I'm right or wrong?
You're right, sir.
Sir, you have not even seen that what we are doing in a class. Sir, that's why your question came up. Are you talking about the class or function, sir, in this course? In a same application, we are using a class also, function also. Okay, we
Okay,
have not yet touched the hooks. It's a humble
okay.
request, buddy. Start doing a practice. You have paid a very hard on money on this. You know? If you don't do a
Yes, sir.
practice
Yes.
study, the React will not come to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Rahul, that's your choice, buddy. Anyone you can use. A class component, functional component, both are used in a same number. It's just like that. Yeah. Okay, guys, we are still waiting for 3 more minutes because we have to wait till 3:10. Oh, sorry, 8:40 for people to join. But in the meanwhile, anybody have any question to ask, they can ask. In the meanwhile, I am just starting that application. Yes, Pandu.
Sir, in Bootstrap 5, link is not working, sir. In routes, you had said in header section,
Bootstrap 5, you're saying?
link is not working, sir. In
Bootstrap
routing 5,
So routing 5 or Bootstrap 5?
in Bootstrap 5, sir.
Bootstrap 5 link is not working. Are you asking that like
Yeah.
this? So you don't
Yes,
have a
sir.
right.
Only anchor tags are working, sir.
Sir, what is Bootstrap, Pandu? Pandu, what is
It's
Bootstrap?
a CSS file, sir. Sir,
A CSS file, what is the link with the anchor tag, sir? CSS is about designing. Sir, CSS is all about the designing. Then why it will restrict you for clicking a button? It will not restrict to clicking a button.
okay, sir. Then we can use any version, right?
Yes, you can use any version, but one version. Right now, I'm using a
Okay.
Bootstrap 3 here. If you replace this
Yes,
Bootstrap 3
sir.
with Bootstrap 5, then the code will break. The output will look different to you. You have to write the code
Okay, sir.
also according to Bootstrap 5.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Rajan. We have 1 more minute, guys. If any question, get and ask.
Yeah.
Yes, Rajan.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, this is a question regarding the routing 6.1. We have included the main one. Okay, this is regarding the syntax pattern actually. I copied it. Yeah,
I can
put that
open it.
in the chat.
I can open it.
Yeah, yeah. Go to the routing. Okay, yeah, cool. If you see the 23 line number 23, see, I was thinking that whenever we open the tag, we will close it, but this does not have any.
Can do like this.
You know. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
like
where I
this,
confused because
like
you.
this, and
Yeah,
you can
that's
do
what.
this also. So this is
Okay,
how
so.
the React route work, buddy. If you don't give this also, it will still fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can give it, but in that case, line number 17, you should not put that slash in that case, right?
No, you have
Then
to
only
put
it
that
makes.
because it's a route is a component. It's not a simple HTML tag, na? It's not an HTML tag, but it's a component. That's why you have to put that. It's mandatory.
Oh, okay. Then I would prefer not to put 24. Is that okay, sir? Because
Fine, 23 you can skip if you want, but it's good to put that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Cool, guys. I think we are on time now. Let's go ahead and start doing it. So basically, last time, if I run this application where we are able to see this page, and that is static right now. The page that we have last time created is basically the static page. And in this static page particularly, we don't have the API calling yet done. So this is one of the part which is left till now. How are we going to call the API and how our front end is going to talk to the backend? So this is what exactly, guys, we have to cover now. That how your front end is going to talk to the backend. Okay. So last time I have given you this API URL, but the very sad part is that I'll tell you the sad part. The sad part is that hardly 3 people have interacted with these APIs. This is a very sad part, guys. Only 3 people. I don't take your IDs also. I have IDs of those people who are interacting with that. How exactly, guys? Because obviously it's a monitoring going, right? So obviously you can monitor that who's handling because it is on the AWS. In AWS, you have one thing called CloudWatch. In the CloudWatch, you can see from which IP your request is coming. That's everything do. You open the Flipkart, how Flipkart know it's you? Because they have a monitoring there. So I've seen that hardly 3 or 4 people, not even a 4, only 3 people have tested these APIs, guys, which is not good. See, guys, I'm requesting everyone. If somebody think like, sir, talk a lot. Yes, I talk a lot. Leave that. But it is very important, guys, for you to take it seriously. Guys are putting your hard-earned money here. I am putting my effort here, but you guys are not putting your effort, which is not good. Not good, guys. This way, I'm telling you again, repeating again last time, my third application will be complete and you will still be on third app. My course will be over. You will be still on third application. I can commit you right now, guys, if you'll do this way. So please, every subject is like this. Every subject requires your effort. Nothing is easy or nothing is free. You to just join, paid a fees, now a React developer. Not like that, guys. Your effort, your hands-on is required. So please start doing that. From today onwards, take it very seriously. Please practice and please start doing that. Okay. I hope that makes sense to you guys. See, at the end, it doesn't matter to me. Yaar. How does it matter? I end the course. My course is over. My next batch is already in my curriculum. I have a many batch just like you guys. How does it matter, guys? I have a 13 batch right now in my list. How does it matter for me? You study or don't study, but I don't want, guys. I know how to earn the money. Yaar. It's not easy to earn the money. But wasting our money is not a good thing. And I feel bad when people waste our money. So please don't do that. Cool. So let's get started. So now, guys, basically when we started with that, so here the requirement is that now we have to get the list of the city there. Okay. So here I have one API here, which will give me this list of the city. This is the API. Okay. This is the URL through which I can get the list of the city. So if I hit this URL, you will get this list of this city. Okay. So this is a city list here. Now, basically, I have to call this API in my application. Now, guys, after this level, your application will be a MERN stack application, complete MERN stack. Why MERN stack? Because, guys, the API which I'm showing you right now made up of Node, Express, and MongoDB, and the front end you're doing in React. So it's a proper MERN stack app from here onwards. Okay. So now in the classes, guys, we define the constructor. And guys, I'm going to teach you hooks also. And your task is basically to convert this app into hooks app. Your task will be to convert this app into the hooks app. Okay. Constructor, which have super. We'll define this dot state. In this, I'll write here location. So I want the data of the location. It's location data I want. Okay. Then, guys, particularly, where we're gonna call the API, there is one thing called lifecycle methods. Like render is one method. Render is one method. In a similar pattern, guys, your component did mount is the other method. If you see what is this, it is just a method. Likewise, guys, but in other word, people call it as a life cycle method. Basically, people call this as not just a method, people call this as a life cycle method. So what is the difference between a method or a life cycle method? There's nothing, no difference. It's just like that, guys. Why we call it life cycle method? Because they are the one which help us to control the flow. Lifecycle method are the one which help us to control the flow of the application. So to control the flow, we use this particularly your life cycle method. Now, what method we are using first? We are using a first method called component did mount. Okay. Component did mount is a method we are using. Now, basically what happened in this particular method? Guys, there is a particular time when this method get called. So this method get called when after your component got loaded. The first thing in the application is your constructor, then the render, and then the component. So now the point here is like that, what we do in this. So here in terms of, we call as a terms of say, your API calling on page load. Guys, if I just put a console.log in this to see the flow here, we'll say console.log. Inside constructor, inside render, component did mount. Now let's just see the output, guys, here. Okay. Now let's check a console here. If we check a console here, guys, my voice is clear to everyone? Just confirm yes or no. Is my voice is clear, guys? Yes or no? Ping me in chat. Okay. Akash, just check one side, your side, buddy, because rest all people are able to hear me perfectly fine. I'll ping him once. Okay. Here, guys, now we go to console. Now notice one thing, guys. What is the first thing that get called? First is inside constructor. Second is render. And the third is component did mount. So basically, guys, so the first is the constructor, second is the render, and the third is the component did mount. Okay. So this is particularly the flow of that lifecycle methods. Now, any API call you want on page load, any API call, if you want that on the page load, that should be done inside the component did mount. Okay. And the next thing is that, guys, why we do it here? Why not in constructor? See, just take a simple example, guys. I want to drink a water. Okay. Now, what is the first thing I'll do? I'll take a glass or open the tap first. Very simple example. I'll take a glass first or open a tap or open a tap first. Obviously, first I take a glass and then open a tap. So why we do it here, guys? First of all, here we define the variable and then we'll load the data in that variable. So all API call you want on page load should be done inside the component did mount. So, and on the other side, what are the different way to call the API? Guys, on each page, I'll show a different way. On a page number one thing, on page number 2, different like that. So on the page number 1, we are going to the fetch with the promise. Page number 2, async await. Page number 3, Axios, like that way. So this is what exactly we have to do. Okay. Guys, give me 1 minute. I'm coming in 1 minute. Hold on. Hold for 1 minute, guys. Okay, sorry guys. Now, here guys, first of all, I'm gonna call the API. So on the top, we define the URL, and that is my first URL. So we'll paste this URL here. Now guys, here we use a fetch. Fetch is the inbuilt method inside the JavaScript. It's an inbuilt method inside the JavaScript which help us to call the API. Now in this fetch, first you have to pass the URL. So I'll say LURL, location URL. Okay. And specify the method. Right now the method for this API is get. How I came to it, get two obvious things. One, we are getting a data. Second, it is mentioned in your document also that this is a get API. So it's a get API. Now, how you will get the data, guys? Here come the next concept called as promise. Promise. Now, what is promise? Basically, guys, when we talk about the promises, take an example, guys. I'll give one task. I'll say, once you are done with the task, then let me know. I'll say, once you are done with the task, then let me know. When I say, guys, then let me know, what is that then? Guys, then is a place where I'm waiting for you to complete the task. So then is the place where I'm waiting for you to complete the task, because I don't know, na, you complete a task in the 1 day or you complete a task in 1 hour. I'm not sure about it. So I'll wait for your confirmation your task is completed. In a similar fashion, guys, when we call the API, we don't know how much time this API will take to respond. Might be, guys, it take a 5 millisecond or a 3 millisecond or the 30 millisecond. I'm not sure about it. So as we don't know how much time this API will take us to respond, so for that particular case, we have to use a promise here. And with the help of a promise, we'll resolve it. How? So here in the promise, we write dot then. Return. Dot then. So dot then is basically the way to resolve the promise. In the dot then, guys, when you simply use a promise, na, in a first scenario, it will return the promise. So in a first scenario, in the response, if you console.log this response, if you console.log this response.json, it will, guys, one minute. One second, guys. Okay. If we console.log the response.json, guys, let's see what it comes. So here, if I refresh, guys, the first time it returned the promise. First time it will return the promise which have the array of the data. First time it returned the promise and which have the data. Now, on the other side, but how you gonna get it? So remember, guys, this is a syntax how the promise work. First time it returned the promise, and next time it resolve the promise. Now somebody says, sir, why it's doing like this? This is a structure. This is how the compiler work here. First time it returned the promise, and second time it returned the data. Now in next dot, then we'll get the data. The basic structure of any promise of JavaScript that it works. Now you get the data. And remember, guys, this is not a concept of a React. Okay, React doing like this. No, it's a basic concept of a JavaScript. JavaScript work like this way only. Now this time you will get the data. And this data is coming from the live API. It's a real-time data that is coming from the database. It's a real-time data that's coming from database. So first time it will return the promise, and second time it return data. Now we'll set this data in the state and consume that. So how are we going to set this data, guys? So data that you got, you write like this way. This dot set state of what? Of location to data. Location to data. And in case of any error, you can write a dot catch. This is an error handling. In case of error, now what you want to do with the error, that is your choice, but you can console.log this error. So this is how exactly your API calling work. You give the URL here, you specify the method. We use a promise. Why use a promise? Because we don't know when the response will come. Then after that, first time in the response.json, you will get the promise. First time it returned the promise. Next time it returned the data. Now this data we save in a state and use it further. Now tell me if anyone not clear, tell this concept. Anyone have any doubt? Tell this concept. Okay. Now, once we get the data in the state, how are we going to consume that? I will write a one method here called render city. I will write a method here called render city. This is having a data. And here, guys, a map to iterate over this data. So first of all, we call this render city here. Now we remove the static options. Rather than a static option, we call it this way. We say this dot render city. And in this render city, we'll pass this dot state dot location. So guys, we are calling the method called render city. You can give any name to that. I have just given name of that as render city. Okay. Now, here guys, to render city, I'm passing this data. Now we iterate. What we iterate? So this render city will return data.map. Data.map. Okay. In this, we'll have a item, arrow, curly bracket. Okay. And now what this will return? Now what this will return? So guys, this is going to return now whatever you want. So here now I'm going to return the option. In this option, so if you go to API, guys, see the API structure. I want to print on the screen this state name. So in this option, we write item dot state. What we want? We want, guys, dynamically in the drop down, it able to load the data. But it throw me the error. It's a data.map is not a function. Why? Why this is not working? Guys, a very important concept I'm teaching you right now. Please understand very clearly. If you understand one page perfect, now all page will be easy for you. So particularly guys, here what happened now in this scenario? So when we are writing this data.map, okay, why it's not working? Okay, let's see the flow guys first of all, okay, one by one. First of all, what happened guys? First of all, constructor load. In the first state, what is the value of the location? It is empty, okay? First time, the value of the location is empty. Now, so after that, guys, what happened? So after that, it called the render, correct? It will call the render. We have to know, just 1 second. Let me make it small that I can load all thing on one page and I can show you better way. Okay. So first of all, guys, constructor call. What is the value of location? It is empty. Then guys, render get call. Okay. Now, guys, render will call this render city. Render will call this render city. And basically, when they call the render city, what is the value of location? It is empty. Value of the location is empty. As it is empty, so it throw me the error that ultimately data is not present. How the flow should be? First, guys, constructor after render, then the component did mount call. Component did mount will get the data and update that in the state. As state update, it again call the render. When the render call, render will call render city and display the data for us. So now let me just fix this code. It's a very simple fix. The simple fix is that just write one if condition. Say if data is present. We say if data is present, then only iterate. Very simply we say. If data is present, then only iterate. Now, it will not throw any error. On the other side, the best part is you get the real-time data. See, what is the data coming from API? 4 cities. Maharashtra, Delhi, Karnataka, Punjab. So we are able to load all the city there. So this is, guys, how exactly the process works. First, constructor, render call render city. First time it's empty, so it is not showing anything to us. Then the component did mount call, it get the data, it update the data, and now you see the data. So this is the proper flow of one component with API call. And this is now 100% real-time component. Cool. Anyone, guys, any doubt till this point? Clear? Okay. Now there's 2-3 things we have to fix. Now, suppose I choose the particular option. How I know I have to get data for Maharashtra or Karnataka? So here we give the value. Options have the value. Value will be the state ID on which we get the restaurant. So we'll say item dot state ID. Okay. Now, whichever option you choose, I get that particular ID of that state. Plus, other thing is, guys, it is showing us one warning that provide the key, because I told you last time also, whatever thing we iterate to that particular item, we have to give the key. So if you see, it's a key and the key must have the unique value. So in the key, I can give a state ID because state ID is unique for me. So item dot state ID I can give. Now, no longer only the error of a class name that anyways will fix next step. So, but now no longer any warning or any error except this class that will fix afterward, guys. But you are able to dynamically and a real time able to load the city that you have all the data from database. Tomorrow, if a new city introduced, neither you touch the front end, neither you touch the back end, you just go in database and add the new city that will start reflecting here. This is how, guys, real application work. Amazon have millions of products. Do they keep changing it? No, they just go in database and update a database. That's it. Clear, guys? Anyone? Any question? Any doubt till this point? Awesome. Next step is that, guys, we have a next API. What does API do? On the basis of your city, it show the restaurant. Okay. So here we have to pass the state ID. Whichever state ID you will pass, I only get the restaurant of that state. So I will write a one event handling. Guys, ping me in chat which event we have done till now. Which event we have done till now? Guys, I feel bad. Why saying it? Okay, anyways, your choice here. You are the master of your life, so nothing I can comment, right? So the event that we have done is on change already, and that in the first application. Leave it, guys. Don't ping in a chat now. It's front of you now. Doesn't look good. You're reading and answering it. Doesn't look good, yeah. If you know the answer, you have answered me earlier only. Anyways. So we have done the on change event already, guys. Okay. So here, guys, in the select box, I'll call the method called on change. And on change, I'll call one method, say this dot handle city. This dot handle city. Now, what this method will do, guys, next time we have to call the API. We again have to call the API, but this time on change. When you select a particular option, then I want to call the API. So we write an event. And I hope you remember, guys, we have one thing we have covered, that is event.target.value. So here we say event.target.value. So if we go here, and if we choose any particular option, here we get 2, here we get 3, here we get 1, here we get 5, 4. We get the ID of that particular state, whichever you have selected. So whichever state you have selected, I got the ID of that particular state, guys, now. Okay, so now, so next thing here is that, guys, you are able to get the data. You're able to get particularly which state you have selected. Now, the next thing is that I will call the API on the basis of this ID. So this time, guys, the URL will be dynamic. How? Now we'll say const URL, restaurant URL. Here, guys, the state ID, this ID will be dynamic. Okay. First, we'll take one variable, say let state ID will be event.target.value. Okay. Here I'll get the state ID in this. Now we'll say fetch. And one more thing, guys, here we get defined one more state variable, say restaurants. Okay. So one thing, did we talked about string literal already? String literal we have talked about, right? I'm saying, guys, I've covered that concatenation with string literal or not yet. Okay, not yet. Okay. Is there a way to concat the string in the JavaScript? See. Suppose I write where A is equal to 10 and where B is equal to 1 to say my age is plus A. The output of this will be my age is 10. Okay. So if you give this, the output of that will be my age is 10. This is the old way to concatenate, ES5 way to concatenate. In the latest way to concatenate, we write like this, where A is equal to 10 and where B is equal to the backtick or a string literal. Guys, backtick is a key which is under your escape key. Under the escape key, the key that you have will give the backtick. Okay. In this backtick, we'll write my age is $A. So the output will be same only, guys. Output will be my age is 10. So concat like this or concat like this, both are same thing. Okay. So here we'll do the same thing, guys. Now in the URL, we'll say $R URL and $state ID. So this dynamically generates. So whatever state ID you will choose, it append that state ID here, 1, 2, 3, whatever you choose. Then again, the method will be get. Guys, if you don't specify the method also, the default method is get only. But for post put delete, you have to specify that. In the same way, in .then, you get the response and response.json. In next.then, you will get the data. And if I say console.log data. Okay. Now choose, guys. If you choose Maharashtra, you get only restaurant of Maharashtra. If you choose here Karnataka, only restaurant of Karnataka. If you choose Punjab, only one restaurant of Punjab is there. And if you choose Delhi, you get the restaurant of Delhi like this. So only getting the restaurant of the particular state you choose. And now you will set that in the state. This dot set state of what? Of restaurant to data. So this data you will set in that state. Guys, till this point, anyone, any question, then we'll next thing to display this data on the screen. So when you choose the particular state, you will see the restaurant of those states. Any doubt? Okay. So next thing is, guys, here we're gonna call the API. What means here we're gonna method called render restaurant. Again, we'll pass our data here. And now if data is there, then we'll say return data dot map item arrow curly braces, and in return we'll specify the option. In this option, I'll print one restaurant name. So I'll say item dot restaurant name and a pipe symbol. Then item dot address. Okay. In this option, we have to give the value. Value will be restaurant ID because we can go detail of that restaurant. So item dot restaurant ID. And in the key, we can again give item dot restaurant ID. So now let's try. It's 100% dynamic again. You choose Maharashtra. Oh, wait. We're not calling this method. This dot render. So this dot state dot rest. Okay, try. You choose Maharashtra, you only get the restaurant of Maharashtra. Are we getting any error? Okay, something I done the mistake there. Spelling mistake. Okay, try Maharashtra. You only get the restaurant of Maharashtra. See, guys, you only get Mumbai, Pune, Mumbai, Pune. Correct? Okay, choose Delhi. You only get the restaurant of Delhi. You choose Karnataka, only restaurant of basically Bangalore. Choose Punjab, only one restaurant of Punjab is there. See, guys, it is 100% working and dynamic. In real time, you are getting the data. In real time, you are getting the data, and that too from an API. So this is what exactly we call as the now real API calling and real display. Anyone, any question, any doubt? I know, guys, things are a little typical initially, look difficult also, look might be confusing also, not sure. If confusing, you can ask me, I'll try to answer. If looking difficult, solution is that you idly practice. And still not able to understand, I'm here to help you out, guys, tomorrow as well. Not a big deal. Okay. Yes, Venkata, go ahead.
Hi, Akash. Akash, can you please show me that where you're binding the city restaurant names?
Here.
Okay. I don't know the function you're calling, right? Render rest. Where exactly you're putting that render rest here?
Here.
And
Where
why
you
are
are
you
getting the
passing?
data?
Yeah, one question here. Why are you passing the state dot rest here? It is not required right here.
Why? Because then how this method will get the data? How we pass the data to this method?
I think you have to call the method based on the ID selected in the
That's what we're
state
doing.
drop down, right?
That is a handle city, buddy. So when you select the
Okay.
particular city, you're calling handle city. Now you only
Right.
getting the data of that particular city. Now in
Right.
a state, you only have the data of that particular city. So that state, you're passing it here to display. That's why you only get data of that particular restaurant.
No. My question is like we are binding it one place. Yeah, might be I'm wrong. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Rajan.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I muted you, buddy. Go ahead, please. Again, unmute yourself once.
okay, no problem. Yeah, thank you. One basic question. So we are rendering it every time. So that the state selection value is still being held, right, in that page.
So when I choose the other option, then the state will change. Suppose if I choose here your Punjab, now the state get updated.
Okay.
Because you
Yeah,
want latest
no,
data
no,
now always. You want always the latest data. That's what.
yeah. The question is, okay, so now we are rendering the both the location and the restaurant, both combo box we are rendering out.
Yes.
So whatever the value selected on the state combo box, it is still being maintained.
That
That's
is
what
not
I'm
calling
seeing in the
again.
result.
This
Okay.
state data is calling only one time.
Okay.
But this particularly your data with respect to state is getting called every time. And then anyways, you have to do that because you always have a new data.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what.
Okay. Thank you.
But the APIs are quite optimized, buddy. That's why the speed of them is very fast. And the reason for that is because I'm using a Redis also, caching memory also in the backend. So that's why if you even see the response time of this API as example, if I show you, see the response time of this API is 1.13 second. It's quite fast. I can make it more faster, but see, less than even a second. Right? Okay. So guys, this first section is completed with dynamic. Now, let's make the second section also dynamic. This time, guys, I done everything in a one file. I basically call the API, render the API, everything in a one file. In the next part, I'm going to divide into two files. In a one file, we do the display. In the one file, we're going to call the API. So in a class component, we call the API. In a functional component, we handle the display. Yes, Venkat.
Sorry, Akash. Again, back to my question. I'm just See, generally when a drop-down list is changed, right, at that time you need to call a method, right? But in fact, you are doing it in the restaurant drop-down.
Buddy,
That is not
when you are selecting that particular state, na, you are calling one
Okay.
method called handle city.
right.
Handle city is a one that is giving you the latest data with respect to that city.
Okay.
Till this point clear?
No.
What is not clear?
No. See, I'm from a .NET background. See,
Forget .NET, nothing to do with .NET. Come here now.
no. I'm just talking about a website itself. Whether it's a Java.NET, it's not related here. But my question is, when the page is loading, right, the drop-down has to be filled at that time. So even
Already
here,
there.
the handle city, yeah.
By default, when that page drop down load, you have by default the list of the city here.
If that is the case, then why are you calling a handle city in the
But how
method
you will
here?
get the restaurant with respect to this city? If I choose Maharashtra, how should I decide that what should be loaded in this drop down by default? What should value,
No,
according to you, what should be loaded in this drop down by default?
Okay, let me rephrase my question. I'm sorry. See, by the time the component did mount, at that time you have to call the city drop-down, right?
At
But
the
you're not
initial
calling
load,
it that
we
way.
have a data of the city. Yes, we have a data of city.
Yes, so when are you calling this handle city method?
Now you choose Maharashtra. Now you want a restaurant of Maharashtra.
Yes.
So how you will get this data?
So on the on change event of that drop-down list, you have to call that method.
Obviously, no, but then how you will get the data? If you don't call this method, how I know you choose a Maharashtra or Karnataka or Punjab? I need to know, na? You choose Delhi, I call handle change. This handle change is the one that now getting a data from the API only for the Delhi.
Yeah, this is clear. Yeah, okay. So at that time, in the handle city itself, you need to bind the restaurants, right?
But you are updating that in the state. First of all, you have to, every data interaction happen through state.
Okay.
You update the data in a state and then you are rendering it. Venkat, do one thing. Don't worry. But once you go back, take your time again. Watch that code again. Watch that video again. If still not clear, you can ask me again.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, got it. Okay.
Sense?
Thank you.
Yes, Rajan.
Yeah, thank you again. Just to confirm me, my understanding is correct here. So if you add one new location, let's say new state in the backend, unless otherwise this page is reloaded again, like you hit the URL again, that will not be displayed in the first list box. However, the restaurant, if you add in the backend, it will dynamically be displayed. Like even if you add another restaurant on the Maharashtra,
You have to choose that particular state. Then only that particular restaurant will be loaded. Suppose I add a new restaurant from Delhi behind the scene. If I choose Delhi, now I can get new restaurant.
Correct. Because you are calling the API every time on change. However, for the location, you call it only once when the page is loaded, right? So in that case, when you add a new location means a new state. That time I have to refresh this whole page in order to to display.
That's how everything works, but there's no magic in this. You go to Amazon.
Yeah.
You are right now on Amazon website. Suppose the price of this iPhone got changed from behind the scene. You will see still the same price. You only see the latest price when you either go from this page or either refresh this page.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, Fatima.
Yes, sir. One question on displaying. We are not initializing the state as array. Then also it's getting displayed in the array form.
You can put it as an array or empty string. That's fine. It's not a problem.
So, but then we are not using any list, unordered list also. We are not using it to display. So it happens automatically.
Because we don't need it. It's not compulsory always to do something as an unordered list. It's not a to-do list every day, ma'am. It's a drop down.
Why so is it because we are using map?
Ma'am, unordered list have nothing to do with your drop down, because right now I have is a basic HTML, Fatima. It's na select box. In a select box, now you load the options, and that's what we are doing, the options.
Okay.
If the UL, then I load the LI there, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
Okay. Fine. So now, guys, what I'm trying to do is, don't worry, guys. I said na, it will take some time. Understand, guys, if things are that easy, then everyone is a developer after this, after today. It's not like that. It takes some time. You go back, take your time, revise the content, write the content, test the content. If it's still not working, you can come back and ask me again. I have no issue in that case. But at least first go back and check once. You understand it better. Okay. In the second scenario, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep a display separate and the logics separate. Okay. I'm going to keep a display separate and logics. So Fatima, did they ask you to join this batch? Is it rather morning?
Yes, sir. You
Okay.
guys.
Okay. Fine. So now here in the quick search, guys, this is a class component. So here the API call will happen. And the display part will be handled inside this display. So here we make a functional component because it's only going to deal with the display. So from import React from React, then const quick display, bracket arrow curly braces, and export default quick display. Okay. So here in this render of this functional component, I'll go in the return. And in this return, basically, I'm just gonna keep one container. That's fine. Because ultimately it's gonna be iterate. You have 100 container, does not matter, guys. Only one is required to repeat that. So as of now, we keep like, array, why I'm writing render? It's a functional component, sorry. It should not be render, it's simply return. Okay. You have two-time return now. 1 second. My bad, sorry, guys. So this is only thing gonna be there. Now, in the main component, what is common to this page? I'm gonna keep that, and rest all thing I will remove. So I'll remove all this content. Okay. Here, guys, again, we're gonna call the API for the, and what you're gonna do now, the display component is separate. So import it here. We'll say import quick display from /quick display. And this quick display will call here now like this. Right now, if you go back, you only see one item there, but now this item is going to repeat on the basis of the data. If in my data, I have a 10 item, this repeat 10 times. If in my data, I have 15 item, it will repeat 15 times. Okay. So here, basically, guys, we have the API calling. Again, same way. Okay. Same structure, guys. And see, don't worry, guys, when you write the code this much amount of time now, if you are do the practice, you're never gonna forget. We like that much amount of code. And in this method, we write get in dot then you will get the response, and that too as response.json. In next dot then we will get the data, and this data will save in a state. Right now, we don't have a URL. First, specify the URL here. The URL that you have to get is second URL. That is list of meal type or quick search. So this will give me all the quick search data. And now we'll say we define the constructor here. Constructor will have basically your super. Super will have basically your now state. In the state, I'll say meal type. And that meal type have that empty right now. And we'll update this meal type with this data. This dot set state of meal type to data. Like this. So this is how exactly it works. You are able to get data of all the meal type. Now you're calling this in the one component and you're passing that to the next component. Okay. Now this you will pass like this. We'll say meal data. So I'm passing the state as a property to the child component. And we'll say this dot state dot meal type. So we're passing the data from the quick search to quick display. Because they're both components are connected components anyways. And now in the quick display, we'll do the display. So here I'll use a props. Now in the return, now what you want to repeat, guys, this structure I want to repeat, correct? So we'll write like this way. Const list meal, any name you can give. I'll say const list meal. In this particularly, guys, we'll give the name of that property. So my property name is meal data. Okay. And now, if same syntax guys you have to follow, if meal data, and the next requirement is there, one more requirement, guys. The next requirement is that when I click on the particular meal, I only get the restaurant of that meal. So I have to make them clickable. So to make them clickable, you have to import a link here. Link. We covered last time. Link for the routing from React router DOM. Okay. Link from React router. Now here, guys, we return meal data dot map. In this, we'll have an item, arrow, curly braces. And basically what we return, here we return the link. Link to what? I'm not sure as of now. We'll talk about that later on. And in this, we will repeat this portion. Oh my God. So this code get repeated that many number of times the meal have. If I have 6 meal, it repeats 6 times. If we have a 7 meal, it repeats 7 times. If we have 10 meals, it repeats 10 times. And here you will call this method. You will call this method called list meal and pass the props. So as the same thing will be get repeated, guys. Why is not iterating? Did I forget any return statement? Or I'm coming, just 1 minute. Let me see why it is not got printed. We'll say list meal and meal data dot map, one return of this, one return of this. So what went wrong? Okay, just let's check. I inspect. Did I did anything error? No, there's no error in this. Then just refresh. Okay. Look to me like no error, but some spelling mistake I think I've done. Let's have a look. I'm taking this as a prop. Okay. One thing we can do, guys, we can just console.log props here just to make sure are we getting it or not getting it. We'll just print the console the props. Look to me like data is not even coming there. See, this meal data is coming empty. Okay. So means we have done some mistake here. So I have called the URL, that is this. I am passing, I'm updating the meal type as a data. Are we? I think at this stage, though, we are getting a data. Now. Let's just have a look once again. Console.log data. Achha, one console is somewhere else also. Let me just comment that console so that there shouldn't be any confusion in that. Here. Okay, let's see. Now refresh. Class name is nothing to do with the data by. Okay, look to me like, guys, this is coming empty. So the no data is getting printed. Okay, so just I have to make sure my API URL is correct or not. Now data is not even coming from the API, so it's nothing to do with our application. Application look fine, but data is not coming from backend. Just hit this URL once separately and test. This is working fine. And in our search.js, I mentioned this URL. In the fetch, we give this URL, we got response, and we try to get this data in the quick search. Spelling correct. Look to me like a spelling mistake. Yes. Thank you for noticing it. Mostly, guys, a spelling mistake is a maximum time is a case that happened. Okay. Spelling mistake was there, guys, for component. Okay. Now, what happened here, guys? You are able to iterate 6 times. Why 6 times? Because I have a 6 meal type. So it repeats 6 times. If I 10 meal type, it repeats 10 times. But how we get dynamic data? How we get dynamic data, guys? Then we have to iterate. So we'll talk about that. I'll just gonna bind the real data there. But as of now, let me repeat quickly. In a quick search, guys, we call the API. We are passing this data as a property to the quick display. In a quick display, basically a method called list meal, and we write. So somebody asking like props.meal type. See, if you use this syntax, that first normal bracket, curly bracket, you can directly give the meal name. If you don't want to use this syntax, then you have to write like props.meal data, the other syntax. The short syntax in a curly bracket, directly give the property name. So this is my property name. I have given the property name directly here. And with the help of that, I'm able to iterate. How to bind the data? We'll talk about that next part. But at least this 6th time, this got repeated. Now, wherever we say class, now we'll change to class name. Why was I was not fixing it? Because earlier, na guys, I have to fix it 6 places. Now only fix 1 place. It is done. Wherever I have a class, change it to class name. Somewhere else also? No. Okay. Let's just check our console also. Do we have any warning left in a console? I don't think so. Let's refresh it once. If there, we'll fix it. Not a big deal. No, no more warning. Okay. There's one warning of key that anyways we can fix it now. What they are saying is this, the thing you're iterating, now give the key to that. For everything, guys, you have to give a key, whatever you're repeating. So here we'll give item dot, what is a unique meal type ID? So item dot meal type ID. Now this is repeating. So now let's just again refresh it. Awesome. No more warning. Till this point, anyone, any question, we bind the data. After binding the data, we'll take a break. Then we come to the phase number 2. Yes, Rajan, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So you are using the meal type in the while loading the data, but you are using meal data. Oh,
my property name is meal data and my state variable name is meal type.
okay.
My
Okay.
state variable is meal type and my property name is meal type. You can give any name to that, buddy. You can give a name of that is AA. Here give AA. Here give
Okay,
age.
okay. Yeah, I got it. No, yeah. I did not notice a line number 21. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Any more question, guys? Anyone? Okay. Now let's start binding the data, guys. So first of all, we have to show the image. Image is coming by the name of meal image, right? So here we'll say item dot meal image. So now for each of them, you start getting the unique image. Let's have a look. Right? Then item dot meal type. So here we get the name of that. We get the name of that. And then finally, some text. I think content is the same for everything, everyone. So, but we can bind it. It's coming there from there only. Item dot content. Now, basically, guys, 100% dynamic page with the mean stack structure. MERN stack structure, sorry, is 100% dynamic. If I make it live, it will work for everyone. It's like that. But these items displayed based on the restaurant ID, right? Or we assume all restaurants same breakfast? Are we assume all restaurants same breakfast? No, we'll do the next thing now. You choose a lunch, you only get the restaurant that must be serving a lunch. You choose a dinner, you get the restaurant that must be serving a dinner as their cuisine. That's the next step. Drop down is working separately. Drop down has nothing to do with this. This quick search. Drop down is directly to go to restaurant details, to put a restaurant, and this is to go by the meal type. Okay. So the database is stored in the API. Yeah, it is. Sir, अगर कुछ project बना के आपको send करना है तो कैसे करूं? Create it, guys. Make it live. Put na GitHub पे डाल दो. Give that. If you can make it live, it will be great. I can see it by using it. Cool. Now, the next step here is that, guys, we have to jump to the page number 2. Okay, we have to jump to the page number 2. So how we can jump to page number 2? Before going for a break, guys, now we have to start . Here, guys, I have a listing page. In this listing page, I have same way listing.css, for which I'm going to pick the CSS. Okay. Listing dot. On each page, something new will be there. So each page 60% same, 40% new. Like that. And listing display.js. Okay. So I got the 3 listing pages. Now, last thing before the break, let's start define the route here. Import listing from ./component/listing. Okay. And then in the route, this time, guys, we're going to pass the param. In the param, I will pass the ID, meal ID. How I decided, guys, that I'm going to pass the meal ID, I'll tell you. Listing/meal ID. How I decided, guys, I'm going to pass a meal ID, I'll tell you, because if I go back to my API, now I want the restaurant on the basis of the meal, like lunch, dinner, breakfast. So I'm going to pass a meal ID from here. With respect to this particular meal ID, I will get the data. So it's going to be in terms of, in the quick display here, we have to dynamically bind it /. So you dynamically bind it /listing $, meal ID. Now, whichever meal user will select, I will go there. As example, one second, routing, it's some trouble. Component slash listing slash listing. Now, guys, the bottom left corner of my screen, bottom left corner, this corner, okay? See, it's a listing slash 2, listing slash 3, listing slash 6, listing slash 1, listing slash 5, listing slash 4. If I click here, it go to slash listing slash 2, slash listing slash 4, like this. So next thing after break we'll do is, now when you choose a lunch, I load all the restaurant which are serving a lunch. Got it? Anyone, any question before the break? There's a lot of work we have to do. No doubt? Cool. Let's go for a break. Okay. Sandeep have something to ask. Yes, Sandeep.
So in the route, you have not defined slash.
I have not defined.
Route exact path slash listing double colon meal ID.
Correct. Slash meal ID you can define by. It's fine. Why these are not small thing. Yeah, this is like a little common sense which I expect from you guys. By the 2 weeks, you'll be aware of that. But anyways, I put that. Is it fine now?
Yes.
Sir, please can you forward this source code for this batch? Yes, I'll do that, Fatima, at the last.
Thank you.
Fine, guys. So let me a timer and then we take a break. Guys, give me like a 2 minutes. Hold on. All right, so let's start. So before the break, we are able to find that route and where we can find the APIs. API is already given to you, buddy, 2 weeks back. Check your extra file on the GitHub. All APIs are there already. That's what I'm talking about. Why? You guys are not even checking anything. You guys are not putting any. You guys have not even seen the code. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Why? You guys have not checked the videos. You guys have not checked any code. These APIs, I think I've given to you long back. Around on 24th December, I have given this API to you. And today is 7th January, bhai. So again, I don't want to repeat the same things again and again, bhai. It's your choice. Again, I have only one answer, your choice. Okay. So we'll go back. Now, guys, what I will do is, first of all, I'll get the our CSS for this application. So I'll go to the Zoom app, SRC, component, then listing.css. I want a CSS first of all, and then the part of the HTML. 1 second. So guys, I need the CSS. I'm putting it here. Now let's go back to your routing. So this time I'm going to tell you the new way to call the API, that is using a Axios. Now what's the difference with that, guys? Axios is the third party package. Axios is the third party package, whereas Fetch is native in the JavaScript. That's a major difference, guys. So I installed Axios and start the application back. So we'll go back to the API. We'll import React and component from React. We're going to import Axios from Axios. And now we're going to import the CSS also there, guys. So we're going to import the CSS also there. So let's import it. Listing.css. Okay. Now define the URL you want to call. So here, guys, I put the URL which we have to call. Now here you have to pass the meal ID. Guys, can anybody ping me in the chat the syntax of getting the param from the URL? Can anybody ping me a syntax in a chat, the param from the URL? In next 1 minute, if you can send it. Else, though, you are reading from somewhere. Reading a param from URL, quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay, so we'll say class listing, import component. So here, guys, we'll say constructor. Constructor will have super. Super will have props. Okay. Now we'll say this dot state equal to restaurant list. Okay. Now, so guys, in this restaurant list, so we are going to call the API this time again, guys, on page load. We'll have render. A render will have return. And then here we'll say export default. listing. Now here guys, in the a page load, I have to okay. So guys, first of all, how we get data from the URL? The syntax was let meal ID is equal to this dot props dot match dot params dot parameter name, and the parameter name is meal ID. If somebody don't remember this syntax, this is done in the routing number 5. If you go there, here is the syntax. Okay. So guys, by this way, I'll able to get the ID from the URL. Now, one more thing I have to do is I have to save this ID in the browser storage, in a session storage. Why? Because later on, I need this ID. Why I need the ID, I'll tell you that. But first of all, how we save that in the storage, we do like this. Session storage dot set item. Session storage dot set item. What item? Meal ID. With what value? Meal ID. So I want to save this particular data. So session storage is the method of the HTML5. This method called set item. To get the data, we say get item. This is the name of the session ID, and this is the value we are saving it here. Now, how are we gonna, there's a new thing, guys. There are two new things. First, how we saving it. Second new thing is we're gonna call the API using Axios. In the Axios side like this way, guys, axios.get. Here we give the URL and you will give here the meal ID. Now, one thing that Axios do for us, guys, it by default take care of one dot then. That resolve the promise now, it's by default take care. Here we just write one dot then. In that we get the response, and basically we'll set this data. We'll say this dot set state of what? Of restaurant list. Of restaurant list to response dot data. You have to say like this way, guys, response dot data. So what it do? This time, guys, only one time dot then, because that is taken care by third-party package called Axios. So this is a way to resolve the APIs using Axios. This is a way to get the ID from the URL. So now when somebody click on a lunch, I only get the data of the lunch. Till this point, guys, anyone, any question? Then I'll show you how we're going to display this data. There's the next part we'll talk about. Anyone, any question till this point?
Hi, Akash.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the reason for putting that into the session storage here?
Because
The
I
mail ID.
need that on the other pages which are not nested. So once you save that in a session storage, now you can access it anywhere in the application.
But what is the duration of that session? Usually I remember it is like a 8.
Website is active in this particular tab. When you close the tab, the session will gone.
Okay, okay, yeah, got it. Yeah, thank you.
And one div is for filter, guys, here where we put the filters, and the other div is basically where we're displaying. For display, basically we have the separate component called listing display. And we pass here one thing called list data. And the value will pass as this dot state dot restaurant list. So guys, I'm passing the restaurant list data to this listing display. As of now, there's nothing in the listing display. First, import that listing display from /listing display. So guys, very simple. One place called the API, second place to a display part will be easy for us to manage it. White show the red line. Listing display. Now let's go to the listing display. So we got our data, guys. Now we are coming to the next page. Here we also going to learn how to put the loader. We are going to put a loader icon also there, guys. Here, first of all, I'll import the React from React. Then I'm going to import the link from React router DOM. Then we'll say const listing display receive the props. Okay. And then export default listing display. Okay. We have return. In that we have a div whose ID is content. And in this we call render data. And we'll pass the props. Now render data is one of my function. But here guys, 2-3 things we have to manage. First, let's do a simple display. Then we'll manage those things. We'll say const render data. Now, what is the name of the property, guys? The property name is list data. If list data, then now basically, guys, you're gonna come across the situation. Suppose I apply the filter. Okay. Now, for that particular filter, we don't have any record. So we'll check. If list data dot length is 0, means if we have a data with respect to that filter, else what we're gonna return here, we can return one div in that one h2 tag and say no data as per filter. No data as per filter. If no data with respect to that particular filter. Else in the if condition, we write list data dot map item arrow curly braces. And again we return, guys, here one div which have a class name called item. And now what the key will we are going to give? So here we'll say restaurants. Because a restaurant, na? What is unique? Unique thing is your restaurant ID. So here in the key, we'll give item.restaurant ID. Okay. Now guys, there's some HTML and CSS classes which I remember. So I'm going to directly writing down, but all this class name are available inside the your CSS file. Div class row call -md-5 and one div id-7. Okay. And the first part we'll write img src item dot restaurant thumb in the class name will say image. And remember, guys, with every image must give the alt, else it will break. In a alt, you can say restaurant name. So now what will happen now if we see, go back, you will get the restaurant with images here. You see, For each category, you will get the different restaurant image. We can give one home button also here. We'll give it in a minute. Which is dinner, we get different restaurant. How we know it's a lunch or not, I'll show that. But at least we start getting the data. How? We just rendering it if the data is present. And the second div, I'll say div class name. Guys, for this, I'm writing HTML also, but for next page, I'll not write HTML because it will waste our time here unnecessary. I'm writing it sometime because people think like you're copy pasting a code, although it's not about copy pasting. It's just a simple HTML and binding a data. It consumes our time if we do in every single page like this. Okay. So for this page, okay, I'll write, but for next page, I'll not write. So address, rating, text, and I'm giving one small task also to you guys in this page. Okay. Let's say rupees cost. Now, guys, basically what I want to do is, so right now start getting like this. My requirement is that here, guys, on the top of this now, all this thing, I'll put a name of the restaurant, div class name, hotel name. And this is a link. Link to what? To detail of the restaurant. We'll do that later on, but as of now, I'll keep like this. And here I'll say item dot restaurant name. So this place, first the restaurant name will come in and the rest of the things are coming. Now, guys, if you see this data, it have a meal is an array of the two meals. As of now, what I have done is I have made the data in such a manner that each restaurant have the two meal type. But guys, in real time, it's possible that one restaurant have a 4 meal type or 5 meal type or 1 meal type. Correct? I have a consistent data, but obviously it's in a real time, it will not consistent. So what I am doing is I am writing it static, but you have to make it dynamic. It's very simple task, guys. I'm giving you very simple task. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll make one label div. In this label div, I'll put a span whose class name is label space label hyphen primary. Okay. As I know, I have a two meal type. So I'm binding like this. Item dot meal types of 0 dot meal type name. Items dot meal type of 0 dot meal type name. One label and here second label. Here I write, guys, 0, 1. Okay, 0 and 1. So you will start getting their meal types. See, dinner, and breakfast. I'll give a space between them. Let me just lighter the color of this. Now it's looking very bright. I think it's coming from footer. I'll make a little light in shade. It's looking very bright. I think it's better. Okay. So guys, you get dinner, breakfast, dinner, night left, dinner, breakfast, like that. Now, one more thing let's do first of all. It'll be easy for us. In the header on the top, I'll give one button. This class name is btn hyphen. Actually, it's not a button, it should be link. That is link to slash actually. Button hyphen info I can give and say home. This is one but link for the home. Import link from React router down. Let me know when you want me to stop. Okay. For me though, I'll keep teaching. It's coming down. Let's do one thing. I don't want to unnecessarily spend a time on the CSS here. Let's do one thing, na. Let's put this link directly inside this. Sorted. Let's not make this as a button now, or do opposite. Inside link, put this, and do not make this as any more a button. Okay, fine. Now you click, you go to home, you click, you bring it. Now the major thing to notice, guys, if I choose snacks, all the restaurant must have the snacks. See, snacks, snacks, snacks. Now, okay, I think it's the ID issue. This should not have, it should not be coming there. There's some ID issue, snacks. Okay, let's try the lunch, 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 lunch. Means it must, obviously, guys, one restaurant not like that. Okay, it only serve the lunch. One restaurant can serve the lunch also, breakfast also, dinner also, right? So lunch must be there. As example, if we choose here nightlife, it must have the nightlife. See, nightlife, nightlife, nightlife. Now, what task I want to give you? Okay, I'll do one more thing, then I'll give you one small task. So guys, as we display this meal type, same way I'll display the cuisine also there. Okay. So let's go back to display. Let's copy the same label div once again. Paste it below. Change the color. One is info. One is danger. Okay, now here we pick the cuisine name. Cuisine of 0 dot cuisine name. Now guys, this you have to write a separate render function. What this render function do, rather than I'm writing it 2 times, okay, rather than I'm writing a 2 times, you should iterate dynamically. The way I'm iterating rest of the data, you have to write one function to iterate this meal and the cuisine. And it'll start coming on the screen like this. But one thing notice, guys, when I click here, it takes some time and load the data. See, it takes some time and then load the data. In real time, what happened? This time is consumed by the loader icon. How I put the loader icon, I'm coming to that. But till this point, anyone, any question, any doubt. First your question, then I'll come to the point how you can put the loader also there, guys. Anyone, any question at this point? No. Okay. So here we'll say, yes, Shrish, Sarath. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, hi, sir.
Yes, I.
Sir, yeah, can you please come back like in line number 6? Yes, in line number 7, we are using 2 if statements, sir. Why are you using 2 if statements?
First if statement, data is there. Second if statement is, if it have any length. If it don't have any, data is here, but length will be there. If it's not having any length, then I will just say no data per filter. Because going forward, cuisine filter, cost filter. So the cuisine, which doesn't exist in lunch.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Now, guys, what we'll do, we'll say if data is there. Suppose if data is not there. So is an else statement. This is a main else statement. The else statement when data is not there. So there what I return, I will write a loader. I have a div. In this div, I have one h2. I'll say here loading. And in my assets folder, so in my assets folder, images folder, I have one image called, guys, loader.gif. You can have any loader image. I have this image of loader. So what I'm going to do is I'll display this loader if the data is not there. In the img, in the src, I'll write images, slash images slash loader.gif. And in the alt, we'll say loader. Now see, when I click on lunch, first loader and then data, like any real application, first loader and then data. So as example, if the API URL is wrong, now it just keeps showing us the loader icon. You see, guys? And when they get the data, they will display that data there. See? Like this is how it happened in real websites. First loader and then data. And this is happening for us also, guys. It's like a real application, guys. I'm telling you, this is something a real application. Tomorrow, if I have to make my own shopping cart, na, same application I can convert in my shopping cart. Same application I can convert in Book My Show. Same application I can convert in a ticket booking. Anything. Every website has a same process. Whatever you pick. See, go to Book My Show. Guys, every website have the same trend. Make my trip. And one Flipkart. See, first page is your search page. You show the items. Here they say recommended movies. Here we are showing the meal types. Every website. So in a Make My Trip, first your option to search it and some offers are there. Now, when you select the particular item, it will go to the list of that item. Suppose I choose here in terms of mobile. It opens the list of that mobile. Left hand side filter, right hand side data. You choose a particular mobile, it go detail of the mobile. Same way, when you choose a lunch, we get the list of a lunch. We have filter here. We choose a particular restaurant, it go detail of that restaurant. Then from there I can add the item. Then I can place the order. Every website have exactly ditto same flow. The only thing is the content is different, but flow remains same, guys. So if you're able to make one application end to end, you can make any application, guys. Anyone, any question, any doubt? We'll come to detail page. I'll not make a detail page. First, I'll come to detail page. And then I think, guys, after that, I should stop. I'm not sure about you, but I think I should stop because if you're able to revise this much also, na, if somebody still think no, sir, do more. I'm telling you, but if you revise this much also, na, it is more than sufficient. You guys have not done the previous revision as well, yeah. This much is more than sufficient for you to revise. And leave the content on me. I can add more sessions. I can complete the code. Guys, is my daily job. Don't worry about that. But this is more than sufficient for anyone to practice in a single day. So the very last thing, and then I think I should not. Is anyone who feel like we should do some more content? Means I'm doing one more thing after that. Yes, Rahul, go ahead, please. No, sir, this is sufficient. No, sir, no. Okay, last thing I'm doing, guys, then I'll stop. Okay. Yes, Rahul, go to the question. JavaScript practice कैसे करें? I told you, refer a W3 school, bhai. Or there's one website called Codecademy. Codecademy. Okay. So, guys, in the detail page, I'm gonna pass data through query param. So in a detail, I have one details.css. We'll pick all the content tomorrow only. I'm just making a files, guys. That's it. Detail.css. Details.restaurant details. And one is menu display, because we'll display the menu of each restaurant. Guys, but tomorrow, the maximum app will be covered. Maximum of the app without login, logout will be covered by tomorrow itself. Okay. Okay. Now I go to routing and add one more route here. We'll import REST details. And this time I'll pass the query parameter. Why? Why not param? We can pass param also. But why I'm doing it? Just to teach you guys that, okay, these are all the possible ways. I'm trying my best, guys, that I can cover every possible scenario which is possible. But obviously, later on, it's you that how much you are grabbing it. So here we say details. In a details, I'm going to pass the data by the query param, not the param. Okay. And one last thing is that from my listing page in the link, I'll give that link to go to the detail page. So listing display in this link. Here, I'll give the link to go to detail page. So we'll write like this. We'll say slash details slash details question mark restaurant ID, because I want a restaurant ID for which I want a detail. So here I'll pass item dot rest ID. Now, whichever restaurant you will choose, you can get the detail of that. Suppose I click on Ama Cafe, I get detail of that. Obviously, we'll do that, guys, tomorrow. But is it sufficient, guys, for practice? Shall we stop here now? Or do you think we can do more? Shall we stop, or do you think we should do more? What's your choice? Stop. More than sufficient. No, sir. Stop. Enough. Stop, Akash. भाई गुस्सा मत करो. गुस्सा मत करो भाई. Anyways, it's fine. Where I have to complete the content, right? So मेरा job है content cover करना. Okay, so we have a listing. So guys, tomorrow my plan is to cover the detail page, order page, detail page, order page, dummy API also I'll cover tomorrow, and view order. Okay, so this much is a target. Whatever maximum more than this we'll able to cover, we'll try to cover that. Okay. Fine. First of all, guys, the code is push. I'll give a link of this code where it is. And if you have a doubt, you can stay back and ask a doubt. If you don't have a doubt, you want to leave, you can leave also, guys. And thank you and have a good day. Those who have a doubt, you guys just wait for 1 minute. Let me give that Git link to people. Okay. There's a GitHub link where the code is present, guys. Okay. Please, please, please practice. Yes, Deepak. And thank you, guys, and good night. Yes, Deepak.
Yeah, one question. See, earlier websites, what we were developing, in the browser, we will be able to get the extension, file extension, like .aspx. We'll come to know this is developed by .NET technology. Sometimes, some places we used to earlier .jsp, like Java servlet programs. By looking at the website, are we able to judge whether it is developed by Angular or it is developed by React? Is there any way?
You cannot do that, but only one thing is you just inspect the element. And if you find something related to ng, okay, it means it's Angular. If you find something related to V and U, it is Vue. And for React, if you find anything like a function, is a React. But it's not easy. If you know all other languages, then only you can differentiate.
Got it. Thank you.
Guys, any more question, anyone?
No, that much.
I hope, guys, class is good. You guys able to understand it? Okay, so I think we are good. And now I'll see you guys in the very next session tomorrow. Till that, thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Yes, I.
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm from your last Angular batch, but due to some reasons, I'm not completing my Angular session.
Okay.
So I'm not able to complete that project. Also, still course is running. So what can I do? How can I communicate with you after completing this course?
How you want to communicate with everybody?
Yeah, you sir.
If you want a separate session, you can arrange a session also for that.
Which session, sir? Your session?
Do you want a doubt session or what you want from me?
Yeah, doubts. Yeah, it is doubt session, but I think it is better you to understand my doubt and clear my doubt when compared to others, because you are only to tell me now. That's
but there's a ticket there. Just mention that you want one doubt class, Akash.
Okay, but not this course. After this, is there any chance to communicate with you?
That's what I'm talking about. After the course over, na, if you have anybody have any doubt,
Sir, your voice is breaking. I'm not clearly understand.
but I'm hearing my voice echo there, buddy. I'll mute you 1 minute. So I'm saying that if after the course, if anybody have any question to ask, you have to the ticket with the Dureka mentioning that you want one class with Akash for a doubt, they will arrange that. Is it clear?
Yes,
Fine.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So after completing that project, I can get my certificate, right? Angular certificate.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions, guys? Anyone? No? Cool. Then see you guys. Bye-bye.